Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the fort, well anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing out ether like no one's...
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area, Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. If something ain't done soon, the old place will be...
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well... I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm... How was she?
With Canva in the hands of Akashic.
Ah, see.
Don't tell me.
Oh no. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermo amplification. Let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot. Only mithril engines get hotter. And you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other. Trouble is, we won't be able to make it out of any old rubbish neither. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on it.
If it's for the good of the hideaway, I'd be happy to.
Oh, wait.
So, what exactly is this?
We've got a couple of examples here. Spherical egg.
More fallen mat. So this smelter is similar to the mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. And what's more, they're directional. Transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all...
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres that...
That's it, and we're only 3 short, mind. And there's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one is in the ruins of Advent, which is in the Empire.
All right then.
It'll do. I'll be keep...
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just... I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
What is this place?
Don't move. Here, it's fresh from the well. Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you come in.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
You've seen more of the world these past 5 years than most do in a lifetime. It's a shame you never had a moment to enjoy it.
I still say it were a compliment.
Say it all you like. It doesn't make it true. Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters!
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood? Barnabas Tham, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped, and Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, mate?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out. Still alive, are ya? Going purse weighing you down? You're rubbing me blind, you know. Come again. Oh, don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Trouble with your gear, or... Yeah. The weight of all that shit. Clever girl, that one. So, what'll it be? Not bad, if I do say so myself. And? I have no reason to.
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, few have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles? For a short while.
Of course, Lawsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Mid said I can ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
Thought I might grab myself a mug of Maeve's mead. Settle me stomach, you know, before we take to the high seas.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me, but I can speak to her at least.
My Lord Marquis, I heard about Eastpool. That some of my fellow Guardians are to build a new home there, both for themselves and for Madame Martha's bearers. Is it true?
It's true. The village is to be rebuilt.
I have many fond memories of Eastpool. When I was a child, we would visit my aunt and uncle often. They would lavish attention upon me as if I were the son they never had. I went to see Aunt Hannah after my uncle passed away, but not nearly as often as I should have.
Oscar, I'd like you to assist Sir Wade in the rebuilding efforts.
But my lord, my training is not yet complete. I couldn't possibly.
I warned you I might not be the easiest of masters, but I'm not as hard-hearted as that. Go. Be with your aunt. Rebuild her home. Is what she would have wanted.
Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastpool, but as soon as the rebuilding work is complete, I promise to return.
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris.
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was...
Did she?
Following up on some... Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her.
If she's not moved on already, yes.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried. Is something wrong?
Not at all, honestly. Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you...
I'll hold you to that.
run like the wind. Damn it. The whole village is turned. these ones first. Spherical echo. This is it. Right then. Just two more to find. Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
How do? Much obliged. There you go. Fare thee well.
Clive, I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's as of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep him in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy. They better that than something that'll... And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, I'll go up there and
I'm sure you...
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get this stall set out.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
It's been a pleasure, Doris.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to
You. I heard you were out here on your...
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been she's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then...
That was her just now, was so?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrec. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Stay down!
Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more, and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid!
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter. And I did terrible things to her.
It wasn't all terrible. Surely. You were always so eager to learn. And had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it? My little dagger. Care to swear that blade to me?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right.
I am. And thank you for everything.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway. Oh, and your letter.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned so the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sambrek. Went quietly, or so, and she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry.
I hope so. You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers will
keep up the good work, Cole.
I am certain we will find what we seek in Ash, and learn the truth of Ultima's origins.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still...
You're great. Ah, my Lord Marquis. It was the greatest honor of my life. But now... so I bid you. Your companions are kind indeed. I must admit, but I see now.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but... But His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by, and our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can secure more soon, your brother's anguish will likely become unbearable. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
For Joshua? Anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it? The Stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood?
Well, yeah.
Then I shall go in your stead.
But
You've yet to find another source, correct? So besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
well, if you're sure, my stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients. I had only thought to ask for your assistance in finding a new source of stonerwort. But if you're sure about collecting it from the flood by the aqueduct, I should be most grateful, my lord.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
These are Gizal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings then. I jest, of course. You see, I have, but they'd long since gone to seed. Only...
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant and so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad... These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves, unless we teach them how to live like free men. I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves. Unfortunately, We've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports.
The Horde is close. They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Damn it all. I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, Sir Wade.
A Kashik, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape...
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting for their...
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved, though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians? What help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between victory and
You're right, my lord. I will appeal to them. My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, a home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool! For Eastpool! Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me?
Lord Rossfield, my lady.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments. each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square, the perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Wade, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade! They're here!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall. That East Pool
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord.
And I will do as you...
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes.
Can't let Eastpool fall.
And we won't. It's over. Farewell. Finished. Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield! Change of plan!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic Curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
Come to tell me an Akashic Curl's heading towards the rest? Get yourself down there. We can handle things here.
Good girl. All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends.
No, Sir Wade. It's you brought us together. Showed us what it means to
We never had nothing to call our own before. But now we do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved, but there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now. So we have to fight to protect what's ours. To protect...
And we shall. We all shall. This is our home. And if anyone or anything...
They'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he were still with us today...
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can. After all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an East Poolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting... Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back. Of course. And I'd be counting on yours. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first clearing the goblins from the Stillwind marshes? There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
Thank you again for all you have done for me and mine, my lord. You may rest assured that Eastpool will be safe in my hands. Thanks to you.
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when not only did my seeds get delivered, but...
I just did what I...
And it's only right. Take it.
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's fine and a home to free bearers.
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, though I suppose the rest ain't. You know, bearers living free like that. Loath as I am to recall that particular...
I take it you didn't always see eye to...
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I... In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he... He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about... Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around me. I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both... And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers was got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day, that whenever one...
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing, just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, he certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed, but the loftier one's ambitions. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like.
Suppose you're right. And if we don't manage it, there's always good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope. Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world.
That sounds like a wonderful...
Don't worry, Clive. You went alone in this fight. Whenever you find yourself in need, be it of money, men, or a bowl of hot stew, the stable's door is always open.
All right. Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stone wart. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. Well, I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
Kill!
Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. All right. That should do it. Let's get these back to Yote. Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could.
Yes, my lord. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike. You think only of how you might help others.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, Do not give too much of yourself for this.
I'll keep that in mind.
You and your brother really are alike, my lord. Though selflessness is a virtue, I beg you, please take more care of yourselves.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Still alive, are ya? If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You'll not find a better price than that.
Is that all?
Come on. Don't get surrounded. Get him!
Two down, one to go. So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
Would you like to see my wares? Certainly.
Clive! You're here!
And the Akashic.
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's scouts and it turns... Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes at...
Well done.
Welcome back. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw? Keen to help us out again?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down, unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. So then, long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village.
But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave he left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost. Bloody stupid. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead?
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what
What you had to do was
even if it meant we all starved.
Enough. This is no... You can finish beating each other up once Dravost is...
Fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? You,
We can't afford to waste any more.
Right you are. Don't want any no... Oh, and...
Akashic on the move.
How close?
Within sight of the wall. They'll wash right over.
Good idea.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight it.
Well, let's hope you don't. Once the scouts are inside, or no heroic last...
August's right. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate. But it won't come to that. I promise. Take good care of Dravost.
Leave it to me, and give those things what for you.
All right. Which one of you's first? Apparently not. You're not getting past me. Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall, but we got the
Good. Are you
in time, yeah. But we can think about them later.
Sid, You're even enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. But mostly, I felt...
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying. Just with ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, we'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand sure.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravoj needed you. So...
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened. I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But you'd have been the death of this place.
Finally. Something we hope you see the sense of it eventually.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... our work used to be the pride of Dalmekit. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day. Because it's easy. And turns up... It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down. But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing it. Blackthorn. I never thought I'd see...
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid.
And this is?
A token of but I'm of a mind to make you. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own an edge Odin would be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a and they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravoj in the first place? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway, would you?
As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got a legend to forge.
With a little help from Blackthorn, I don't see why we can't restore Dravoj to its former glory. And barring ether floods, that is.
I'll tell you what, Clive. If we pull this off, it will ruin every other sword you've ever held.
I'll get him back to the hideaway. Don't you worry about that.
The man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword, I promised.
It's funny. But none of this would have been possible. You remember Camille? We'll be using his leatherwork for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is, then.
Well, bugger me. We actually did it.
The sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
It's quite something.
I, trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsmen alive, then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge. Here.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravost.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better than the Ragnarok. Something worthy of a legendary outlaw like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see. You leave this list with me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past.
Then
What do I owe the honor? I never thought me and Zoltan would ever speak, and if it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't. I'll keep the forge up. Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
the stew's awfully thin these days.
Still alive, are ya?
If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. It'd better all be here. Finished, are ya?
The Dominion's all but done for.
And it's lucky we stayed here.
It's that shouting I heard from the barracks.
And you're just gonna fall into line?
What else can I do?
I don't trust this Duke. If we're not careful, we'll undo all the dame's hard work.
Oh, Clive, my wards and I may soon be...
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders. Second only to his not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a foundation upon which to build anew. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall...
He would rob the populace to pay...
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from...
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around.
How? By speaking out against one of them, a man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve, and to improve the soul. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel, and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers no. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the... Given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke for your services to Northreach? You have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to his eminence. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty prevent... Well, will you try?
I'll see what I can...
Thank you.
Tell me then. In the garrison?
Overseeing the troops.
All right.
Might this Duke have been at the remembrance ceremony?
Let's hope we didn't make a strong impression.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
Reports. Oh, sorry about that. You're the Dame. You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass, but you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about... Wait here. Up.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, you are worried the expanded garrison will rend... Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like... Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned. But no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire...
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles. Which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of... Plans are already... Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no...
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of...
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sandbreck is to be rebuilt, she will one whose authority is beyond... That is why this levy is so that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits. And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even... You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your...
Sabine, we have...
Yes! And I told you then how putting the Empire before her citizens would lead only to...
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. The citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
That's so cool.
All right there.
Just your opinion. I wondered what you thought of...
Not much. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer. Now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand.
A question. What do you think of the Duke of Or...
You build a life for yourself somewhere, earning for some noble to turn up and tell you you've got to hand it. If he thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our pit, we'll do whatever it takes to keep... Whatever it takes.
The garrison salvaged what they could from the war.
Sell anything today?
As much as you. Oh, wait.
I've been hearing a lot of talk.
Nothing going around acting, and with hardly a word to the dame.
I take it you'd rather she was...
As far as I'm concerned, just need his eminence to sod...
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
Well, what do you think? What do I think?
A whole day to try some...
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into some... Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, his eminence... Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for free. Once Sanbreque is back on her feet, we'll all reap...
One at a time now. Is enough?
You're the one who was talking to his eminence.
On the Dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take the people's goodwill for granted, but what do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me what to do. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame. But I've got a family. That's where my loyalties lie. Not with the town or the Empire, but with my... If the Duke can get us cement and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards, I don't...
We already have a leader in the Dame. It's not only control of the garrison he wants, it's the whole of North...
Excuse me, do you have a moment? I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of...
Well, I mean, look around us. The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned gil before things got bad, maybe they would think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire is the best way of making sure we're all protected. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do...
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
None worth mentioning.
Captain.
For you? Certainly. Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about that. Do you intend to go along with...
But to tell you the truth, it's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't...
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you...
That's right.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either.
Thank you, Clive. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Well, duty called. Thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
Ah, Clive, were you able to speak with...
I was.
So North, well, it will certainly help to... Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions. And hopes to I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders. And not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much.
Had I sworn to protect Sambrek, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying. But the battle is lost.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day. Because I realize what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it. Protecting. I honestly don't know when those monsters will, but I'm certain they're not finished with it. And when they do come back, we need to stand together. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us. That has always been Northreach's best hope. We have only to turn our attentions to the truth. Thank you, Philippe, for showing...
Anything for you. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind.
Not at all.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach, especially with men like you and Philippe to champion. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might, but I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again. Until then,
Until then?
Despite my repeated advances, His Eminence has proven a difficult conquest. Fortunately, I am nothing if not persistent. But, be that as it may, I might yet need you to press the point.
Your town needs you.
I need you.
Saw the captain just now.
I would speak with this Duke.
The way things are going at the garrison, it'll be up to us to defend the town soon.
Faster!
This won't be easy. That's all of them. Owain can uncross his toes now.
Ah, Sid! Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So, is it good news?
Good, thankfully. Here.
That's I'll fit him to the smelter. May... The Telemon furnace!
She's a beauty.
You saved my bacon again, Sid! And I ain't about to let your...
It's fine, really.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few
You could just...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. The Telemon furnace is a metal, see? So it's lovely and strong, but it's also, well...
Stretchy metal.
That is the spirit. So, what do you reckon?
It's actually quite ingenious. Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all... Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Maybe even out there. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together.
They'll hardly believe their eyes.
Right then, let's get back to work. These world-changing inventions ain't gonna invent themselves.
Miss, can we read Miss Editor's story for us?
Canva lost. It can't be true.
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts? I've never had anything so delicious.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Clive, going purse weighing you down? It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Finished, are you?
Ah, Clive. You'll be...
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade, but I still have much and more to prepare. You couldn't do me a quick favor.
What is it this time?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask Elle how long we have until find out exactly how much faster I need to get all these supplies.
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
What's happened?
Don't blame yourself, Elle. This is their... I know, but... No buts about it.
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The talks with the Republican Army have fallen. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate to try and deter other bidders. But the Consortium offered double what we did, and the Army jumped at the chance.
You had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all.
Elle? What's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist were speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually. And at the price they paid, I'm going to Randalar.
Alone?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. I'll send an owl ahead and request a meeting. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. We've waited far too long as it is. Even if I fail to free these bears, someone needs to prepare the place.
Oh, and that's me. Well, it looks like I'm followed from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock. She means to stay with us then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but...
You have to trust her.
You're right. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe... I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure the place is well... You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randalar then. And better not keep Eloise waiting.
What I wouldn't give for a hot meal.
When are they gonna let us through?
Time to fight. Thanks, Cal. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the Consortium?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves.
You misunderstand. The Consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without first giving them due consideration. But what is done is done. Come then. How much do you want for them?
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser in mind. The bearers belong to him now.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water, a most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the... That's what you get when you deal with continental type.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as they...
That does sound... No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. Allow me to withdraw my... And with it, my interest in joining your...
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry you weren't able to...
As am I. But he was right. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And as soon as he left, I sent my own offer to
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And if what he said was true, they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them freed.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon. Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as they need help.
Theo!
I'll go on it.
Thank you, I'll gather some men.
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming. Let's go. That'll do, girl. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village. But the whole area...
We just have to pray he makes it out in one piece.
I can do better than that. Come on. Faster! Where are you, Theo? Safe.
Caution.
Damn it. It's too thick. These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. All yours, Torgal! Now, Torgal! Theodore, you had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore! Don't make me do this.
Stop it, Theo! Stop!
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you!
Elle. Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore. Wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
No! Theo! Theo!
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others...
And now he's gone, because I sent him to that place.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the truth.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever...
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading, and I was chosen to inherit the family. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. A late bloomer. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers... My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could...
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others, but he said you deserved a better life than this. Just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo and devoted myself to the family business. But I have never regretted that being with my brother meant more to me than I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night and the choice I made. He was never a burden. If anything, I was...
You weren't, Eloise. That he had always been grateful to you for saving him. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other. You did what, and you always would.
You're right. You were so weak. Oh, Theo. I know Theo wanted me to move on. We can make a difference here. We can help people. I need nothing more. So I'll carry on doing what we do, bringing smiles to people's faces and to Theo's. This is the life.
I've made a choice to continue helping you, however.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together. The Crimson Caravans is my family business now, and I would not exchange it for the world. I brought Theo here to be safe, and I have never looked back since.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying might assist you with?
Perhaps. My brother said that your order was helping him with it. Have you learned anything of note?
Little and less.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will not rest until the truth. Even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every corner of the realm.
Fallen ruins, I take it.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft cited among the remnants, as if protecting the secrets.
Secrets with Sienna.
Should our methods be of interest, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our...
Would that be possible?
Of course. A survey is being conducted. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov, a small hamlet built. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect the... If you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be...
All right.
They will be... Might I suggest you take the road? It will lead you straight to the village, after but a short walk.
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord. May the firebirds flame.
It's kind of you to take an interest in the Undying's affairs, brother.
Well, I can't have you all keeping secrets from me, can I? Ready, go?
Yeah!
All right. No holding back. straight home now. Oh no. You'll pay for this. There may still be survivors.
All the more reason to rid this place of echoes.
Whatever that thing is, I'd say it's their leader. Not good. I needed that. All yours, Torgal! Over here! Torgal, kill! Now, Torgal! All yours, Torgal! Should have stayed in the past. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes, thanks to them, and to you, we were for a mercy.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins, a duty of the highest import.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which now. To what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agreed to collect your findings in his...
I see. That is most kind. Pray, take... May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey...
Forgive them, Clive. The Undying live by a very different creed, and nothing we say will change that. Come. Let us deliver their findings to Cyril, that their deaths might not be in vain.
Think no more of us, my lord. Only deliver our findings to the bearer of the burning quill.
Ah, you are returned, my lord.
I collected your here.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover aught that might...
Cyril, your survey party suffered several losses, losses which could have been avoided. Had the others not chosen to complete their work, were these your orders?
No. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix. It is our sole duty.
Even when death is avoidable.
My lord, I fear that this is not a point over which it would... The Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations. And your opinion of our methods, we live to serve the Phoenix. Our very order
Cyril, I know that you and your brethren answer only to Josh, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives without good reason. Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty for years to come. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua, please.
I thank you for your... If you will permit me to respond. Our faith in his grace, and we of the Undying, will do what we believe is right as first shield to the Phoenix. I am sure you understand what it means to do one's duty.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind. And it is my hope that we may continue to...
Clive!
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought
Since we? All is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie's hands remain and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and just as the good Lady Jane...
Are you a lord? They're going to make him the Lord of Dalimil. Because of how he...
It's the mayor of Dalimil, dear. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. Speaking of menace, there may be a rather worrying...
May there indeed.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in and they have formed what one could call, and they grow more organized.
We'll fight them all off just like last time, won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. If we continue to work together, the longer we avoid facing this one, our best hope is by finding those Ned, perhaps,
How could I refuse?
Victor will... I have him stationed by the desert...
I'll go and speak.
What's the difference between a lord and a man?
A league of... outlaws.
Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalimil.
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnis by now.
I did. then I came back. I've developed something of a fond, and having worked so hard to see it saved, a sentiment Master Luke...
You're not the only one.
What does he want? You...
He asked for my aid, and he said that you might be able to help.
Then you've come at just the right... There are more camps in the... But we must strike.
All right.
There's one upriver.
Leave it with me.
Come on.
Faster! Those ne'er-do-wells want to back.
That must be the camp Victor mentioned.
We make this quick.
That's him! The one who killed Knox and Fingers! Take his head off!
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid. Ah, I see the banners did...
No, but...
No.
What is it?
The whole town. They're saying...
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as some of the children's, and when Lubor... And without a crit...
But that's not...
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years. Which, if he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No, still. All those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who was...
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here. But I know one thing.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion... well, it was...
We're sorry, Lubor. But we just couldn't any...
There's nothing to be... All that matters to me...
Look at him talk. All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something. And quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed.
You're right.
I'm glad I'm a downmake. You head to the... Make Conrad... They know that Lord Underhill...
I'll do what I... Lubor, I can't promise.
And that...
Why are you taking the bearers?
Why do they always have to make such a...
He knew all along that he...
Forgive me for disturbing you.
As have I, Lord Underhill.
That's right.
The rumors that he's...
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I...
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly... In this at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not...
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our...
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He can't...
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home?
Perhaps. That is... And they will thank you not to...
townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Nat.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers? I assume this is...
There's still hope.
But perhaps not.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. We'll talk some sense into them in the...
No. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie. That a blade is yourself be true. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her... But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself, and so must I be. And now, I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who will be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go. Not only for...
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change.
They would not take it, Victor.
Over, you say. And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children... I thought you were better than this, but it seems you had me fooled as...
Victor.
Forget it.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. But where are my manners? Here. Right then.
If there's anything I can do...
I'll bear it in mind.
Can you believe? I think we'd better shut up.
Sounds like something's happening in the square.
Are you looking for something in particular? My thanks. Here you are. An excellent choice. My thanks. Here you are. Fare you well.
Nice try.
Yeah.